accidentally lied to my community about today. I told them it would be about me. Focus Friday, they could vote on. I lied, I was gonna play Pathless, but instead I'm gonna play this, and it's not the best decision I've made. I lied to their faces, now I can't take it back. Oh no, it's not, no. What? Coding overload. What do you mean a coding overload? I have closed so many things on my computer. Hi Ryan! I accidentally lied about what today was gonna be. I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do Focus Friday, you know, I'm gonna do this because I was gonna go and be on Wackley's stream, but it turned out that Wackley was not feeling good today. So I'm like, okay, we're just gonna do Focus Friday. Oh, frick! I took a look and it's like, oh, Limbus Company updated. Well, that happened. Most of the day I have spent just kind of trying to get everything for like the... I'm going to be participating in VTuber SummerSlam. Ha! I haven't made an official announcement, but I am going to be participating. And getting everything figured out for that. Wow, you are delayed. The ad break is already a minute through. What the frick? Is it full have to update that? No, it's an intervallo, but my gosh. I'm just like... I've needed it. I've needed a new intervallo. I'm just like, I am writing and writing.
나리 계시는가? 그새 지령을 받고 나가셨나 보군.
Hang on a second.
나리의 방은 희고 검은 것밖에 없어. 혼자 있고 싶지는 않소. 옆방에 간도 환영받지 못할 거고.
I thought that sounded odd. It was trying to feed this through like the Twitch integrated like throwing system. It was trying to pipe music directly through my tits. Oh, a little bit of an aside thing for like just I've been busy. Wait, I have a new... Oh yeah, I have the middle Big Brother repeats clip. Whatever. I have a House of Spiders team now. Oh dear. Anyway, just slight spoilers for Bloody Waters about what I'm writing. Just try to pipe music directly to my tits. Yes, get out of that quote. Slight spoilers for my fanfic, Bloody Waters. I've been super hesitant to continue writing, and it's been hard to continue writing because I reached a point where it's like, okay, I had to bring in the distortion department of Limbus Company to my fanfic because it's like it's unrealistic for like what recently happened in my fanfic to have occurred without them showing up. And I've been terrified because like this it feels like the most volatile part of it where it's like, okay, if I write this wrong, it's gonna completely break anyone's immersion with my fanfic and it's gonna go kaput. Well, I needed this. an interval that has direct like operations of the LCD department. Yeah.
Get ready.
Okay. Headphone check. Ahem. Uh, there we go. How was that one? First one of the day. Let's go. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... You didn't know that was a sound. That was a sound. Unless you wanted this sound instead. Want a numerical score like Darkling skips? I don't know. Hi, Claire. Hydrate? You got it. I have like 3 different sources of hydration near me. Scratch that, I have 2. Ending sucks. Seven out of 10. Okay. Okay. There we go. Water. Actual water. What's flavored water, but it's still water. No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. Oh, you're just doing that right now. Oh dear. You shared your Ish and Hongler, but do you think we aren't friends? Okay, Madmere, once I'm done with this, we're gonna become friends, okay? Just in case we haven't become friends. On top of that, Rhodia shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. Absolutely. Like, I'm in the middle of reading right now, but once I'm done reading, yeah. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district. Oh dear. The bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. Huh. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Just gotta leave this here. Thank you. Autis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yi Sang, and Mersul were on the way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Yoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and thought I might as well get some much needed practice with handling the new Golden Bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. Oh, no, this is gonna be very confusing very fast. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but This was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There have been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? Oh. You almost won with Ironclad. Woo! Almost won. May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you were still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject, told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall I move on? Yes. Your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. But the tickets you managed to get Ish and the announcer got no luck with the ego. As such, should the influence of Yoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time. I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right, despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Ball's power, and Rayashiki severing people from existence. I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back, though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, Manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. What? Bongi? Yeah, what? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Okay. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that she will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. So in other words, you won't know the purpose of life before you live your life. Right? Kind of? Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head, also. Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. The devs really released the Boys Love expansion in June? Oh dear. I mean, to be fair, if we're going Boys Love expansion, that would coincide with Pride Month and Men's Mental Health Month, so sweet. Perhaps a metaphor for life, but also a description of Dante's specific situation. Yeah. You're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means or why I wanted it so much. It remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you. Then no. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. Time for absolute pride resonance. Yay! I'm unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Odyssey's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rhodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every center's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right. And I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. As for Rhodia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How'd she manage that with a huge baguette? Oh no. And Aldous' group, let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. So I wouldn't say it's not serious. Yeah.
나리.
What the papa? Let's see. Do I see you, Z54? Okay, we'll be in the inbox then. It is ridiculously hard to see some of these. It won't show if you're already a friend. Okay. Five, 4, 2, 2, 7, 0, 6, 1, 2, search. There you go, sent a friend request. And I am E9302.
나리. 계시는가?
Yeah. Cute being cute. Yeah. I'm just vibing to the music, okay? This is vibing to the music. How is that cute? I do things that are cute on purpose other times. Like, how is this vibing cute? Yeah. Okay. going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Altus's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. You should share your event IDs ASAP. Okay. Why are you waving your hand all of it? Ah, arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What swing of the arm side was even supposed to mean? It's due to go that way. You don't know! It's scattered, damn it. So scattered! That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that of all the personnel in the team, only the Swabi has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. Hey, don't you speak poorly of Ishmael, okay? I only picked it up during my selling days. And realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations, all of you have been deployed under my lead. You're all still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. If only we got Good Girl instead of Sword of Legends from Middle Aldous. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Aldous' instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Hey! Pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams take care of. Oh no. The after team hates you too, don't they? Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted people's faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion landed on probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? But that's not a mere matter of saying distortions where they stand. Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? Apparently not. This has often been the structure of assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo had Kim's also here, so... He's okay though? Hmm? Sure he is. You were surprised once you see just how okay he is now. Last time you said he was still under treatment. Ha! To be precise, I believe Miss Ongdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha! That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if we say anything about it now. Okay. Is it distortion or is it ego? Because I have no doubt that Kim did not come out the other side of that, like, without having distortion or ego. Ah, you have arrived. Yeah, it's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs! Apologies, Lady Ezra. I'm yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. I have no idea what the frick Kim's voice should be. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But, Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage. He was all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Aha! Gotcha. Just look at that dude. That dude's just like, oh. Why? Why was this on? Goodness. Known as Bamboo Hatchet Kim. It's so plain. Yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. Hi, Seth. Uh-oh. Yeah. Bah. And I'll sleep on my popcorn. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo Hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms. blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kin? Yep. We double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa. That fire in your head's not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Can you... Okay, can we check again? Just in case. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is a sullen, serious man who we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Angdu, just what exactly I've been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. He isn't even wearing a hat! Yeah. He's not even wearing a hat. His hat is like over there somewhere, I think. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Angdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you could say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you. Are you not? Oh no. No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrained from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. Oh my gosh. Few words by her standards, perhaps. This interval was a yappening. Yeah. I'm so happy that the only person I've put into my fanfic for a little bit. I'm not even gonna have Limbus Company in my fanfic for that long. It's gonna be like a couple chapters at most, but my gosh. Having just Moses be there for a little bit and just be like, okay, I was just like, that was the right choice. Anybody else, then it would be like, oh no. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, oh, so you can't see anything about Bacchus' part, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know? Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LPE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass clear up the storm of the heart. Wait a second. Don Quixote really did just tell Bamboo-Hatted Kim, go outside and touch grass. You could put Bamboo-Hatted Kim in it, only to reveal later on that it was just his outfit on the stand. I mean, to be fair, the only reason I'm getting away with what I can is just like... they're working with Wayfair Company, so it's like, yeah. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Aldous addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one! Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Aldous. Although his hand was still on my head. No. Alright. Clearly, there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? What? 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 The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job with a frown too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Ongdu's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Is this the guy who distorted? What the frick? Fine. Then why did he join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First, they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owed resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's its name? Golden Bow? Ugh. Yes, they invited me on a tour to the department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Ongdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find the attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect her? Oh dear. Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses from my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. Oh, your personality changed drastically when around Kim. Like, Ogdu's, like, her personality is much better. Like, she's brighter, she's, like, happier and that kind of stuff. Kim! That right there! That's what I keep telling you not to do! You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. What even? Like, suddenly we get a status quo for Ongdu and Kim. What the frick? I like it, but what the frick? You're giving me a freaking headache, girl! I'm aware that you and yours are no stranger to such dealings. There's no one else I could trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, Mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Ongdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day, I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Ah, yeah. Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. Yeah. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts and one of the LCD team had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness! Wet the machine articulation! 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself! Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwarz Industries and 7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Yeah. Touch, guys. Safety. Oh right, Sinclair knows about all the tech and prosthesis and such. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Now you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortion. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. I do want to say this. Oh, frick! Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. Just... holy cow! The amount of things for Sinclair is just like, yep. The amount of characters, like, whoa. I feel that, I don't know, it's like Ishmael doesn't get a lot. And that's when I'm just like, Ishmael's my girl, please. But, sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. Oh. Yes. Yes. The spinning fish mill. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. Haha. It's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there's firmness that had not been there before. Aha! He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Fascinating. Actually, this does bring to mind... During The Distortion Detective, the web serial that Project Moon put on hold a long time ago, they came directly across someone who was basically working as their go-to workshop person, who's part of the Distortion Detective office at that time. And that person, they're not here right now. And I thought, oh, well, maybe they're just in the background working on, workshop weaponry for them. But then we have this, and it's they're browsing the workshop street. It's hang on. Oh, please. Girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's... They walked and browsed for 4 hours. Oh, dear. I mean, granted, 4 hours isn't that long to walk, but still. Everyone was distracted taking in Ongdu's new outfit and equipment. Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in the corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? Basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth. There are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe. Ah, there's some kind of ship inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... I would have shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. But Mersault's hand shot up before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the ship could be pulled out. But what? What did I do? Yes! Yes! Mersault! Characterization for Mersault! Let's go! Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Yuria works with more special stuff than just a sword. You say Yuria is working on stuff like Ongdu arms? True! You know what? You're right. You're right, Medmir. Yuria probably worked on the arms and not just the sword. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Mersault took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. So, I'm gonna say this right now, because I'm like, if I go in later and it's like, it turns out to be the case, and I'll be like, I knew it! It's like, I don't know if people believe me, but for a little bit of what I know about Incorp. So, in the world of the city, the head goes through and has particular taboos that like nobody should violate. N Corp has more. It's actually part of the reason why like the lie about oh it's a taboo in this particular part of like H Corp was able to pass, because N Corp is, from what I know, the primary location of like they have way more taboos to the point where the Yellow Harpoon, that guy, he actually used to work for N Corp as a taboo hunter. Someone who hunts down individuals who work on taboos. I'm guessing at this point that I am guessing that right now we are in one of the more hazardous areas within N Corp we could be. A seemingly abandoned photo studio with undeveloped reels of film. And the name of this chapter of this intervalo is, I forget like the second part, but the first part is Mnestic. Mnestic. In other words, memory. Information, stuff you see. I have a sneaking suspicion we might be within a place where a taboo was committed, and we don't know which piece of information here is a taboo. It could be dangerous. The issue is not photos in N Corp, but recordings as in film. And they did talk about film rails. Yuria was interested in Moses' pipe performance after modification, as it was ego equipment. She most likely is working in Limbus R&D department, yeah. On a slightly different note, based on what you're saying, Medmir, it could be that something that Limbus Company is trying to do is make artificial ego equipment. And not just from abnormalities, but just from people. That is technically something that was happening in Distortion Detective as well. Spoilers for Distortion Detective, but Yuria had actually managed to give someone a piece of technology that allows them to manifest what their ego would look like without them needing to necessarily manifest ego. Anyways. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Result's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on this table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. From distortions, yes, as they could also become an abno under specific circumstances. Yeah. We're gonna end up talking a lot about Distortion Detective. Part of Distortion Detective, part of where I was going before it was just dropped, was trying to figure out exactly what the link between distortions and abnormalities were. And one of the things they were trying to do, or at least that multiple companies were trying to do in Distortion Detective, were to build the technology that would allow people to make abnormalities out of distortions. You know, because that's That's a lot of what the technology in Lobotomy Corporation was. And doing so allows you to basically harvest the abnormalities for insane amounts of energy. Although, I still don't know exactly what causes the distortion to go to abnormality. Just that, like, Limbus Company has suggested that after enough time passes, a distortion can become abnormality. Currently, the city is in an energy crisis. Yes, it is. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Autis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortion nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Distortions happened in response to trauma, so abnormalities like repressed trauma? Well, some are, yeah. Distortions do happen in response to trauma. To put it more specific, distortions happen when someone's worldview becomes, like, completely pressed. But the method L Corp made out was a bit special. Yeah. Lobotomy Corporation used special material. It wasn't encapsulin. Encapsulin was what they extracted, but to put it up specifically, they made what they called the bucket of humanity to dip it into the wellspring. Water from one of the rivers of the city. Yeah. It's difficult. It's difficult to fully say because that specific part was we got that explanation from Bina. And Bina was not exactly talking straight. She was giving allegory half the time. So but yeah, they used the nervous system of a freaking Carmen to like bring up a lot of the liquid in order to like instantly make people into abnormalities. Their revised powers like erasing memories or giving immortality amongst many is also there as that it gave Heathcliff the Wild Hunt ability. I assume that erasing memories is a different river that's the one that Don Quixote got to. And giving immortality is the one that, like, Shishun was searching for. So, I'm assuming these are different ones. They all flow from a single point. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Dante's asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now? They only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? I'm gonna go on break, but I do want to talk more about, like, Distortion Detective overall in regards to all of this, but I'll see you in a little bit. So, let's talk about inflection point. The earth from Wuthering Heights might be the river Styx, as people who live there got ability to relate to the dead, wild how to bring them back, and Kathy seeing ghosts. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. inflection points. Greek mythology, the river Leth is forgetting one. So, for Limbus Company. Well, for the distortion detective, there was a particular distortion phenomenon. Like, what are the distortions that happened over the course of the story that does suggest the inflection point idea? The particular story was one of a school, a prep school, where everyone was getting more and more competitive about an exam. We learn about this happening through one of the students. He goes by for help. How several different students and teachers and everybody is acting weird. But when they return at, well, I would say it would be the climax of the distortion phenomenon there. Suddenly it became a battlefield. Numbers were bullets, equations for guns. Everyone just became their knowledge. The person who hired Moses was shot, and all their knowledge became nil. The school was the inflection point. Everybody around, they weren't the distortion. Not really. They may have become the knowledge, but they weren't the inflection point itself. Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leaders gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, I'm referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes. Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized polyseme, referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. So I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opened the door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys could just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Ugh. Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Really? I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently, the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the ZY and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices. But none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomena related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Imagine a doctor having a skill like that. He beats you up and all your health issues are gone. Bloody nose? Well, we have one good melody for that. Whoop-bam, 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 whoop-bam. Congratulations, bloody nose is gone. So is the rest of my nose. Exactly. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash, gray suits, and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, is that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Marcel? I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Marcel? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service de Clou. Marcel recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team. Huh. Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector. That'd be enough. Whoa! Is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'd be okay if we borrow him sometime? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Marcel. Maybe this will be easier to answer from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Marcel's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, "There's no such thing as an objective point of view, manager." A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people have come all the way into the back streets. Why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh I see, my bad, as usual. What about the judgment that all judgments are subjective? Is that subjective? Maybe. Mayhaps. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Yes, manager. I'd presume that their mission was one or all of the following. Retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo. That's my idea. Prompt elimination of the violator. Contact with an informant in backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest. Or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Well, that first one I think I said like I thought it was. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, we usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Miss Song-do? What are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the folders or garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too! This is an employee card and... Okay, this one's a wallet. Let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha! This might be it. It's an order missive! Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address? Buttersheet. Oh. So it is taboo violation. Which means... be careful about what you look at around here. This is the place! Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in this studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by coming through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, at the hour arrived my debut as a detective, forsooth! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that'd been given to Rodeo Ryoshu and Hoglu back then. Verily, I'd foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Aldous wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurers stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving, too. Yeah. Oh hey, before you go in here. Oh, right, Let's go extracting! Nothing! Wait, hang on. It might light up now. Nothing! Look at this abysmal rate! Holy cow! And that, he, she's, phases, and all others, is what my streamer looks like. You're happy you reached 26K? Yay! Oh, right. I should probably go and look at, like, what I could share with my friend thing. I don't know. Because it doesn't share everything automatically, right? I don't usually interact with those mechanics. I'm just like, well, PP will be legendary. While Purgish not, let's go. Well, considering I don't have Ryoshi, the House of Spiders team doesn't quite seem good. And I don't have Honglu, so the High Show Pack team doesn't seem quite as good either. Right. Hang on. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Hang on, I need to double check that their ego is all set and ready to go. Go. Support-ish? Oh yeah, support-ish! Here a second. Okay, we go to Ishmael identities. Support. There we go. Yeah, and look at this. We have 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 160%. Yes!
칼을 부딪힐 시간입니다.
This event wants blade lineage IDs for combat. Yep. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around. I think we went past the cap. Lol. But almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film rolls Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. And it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Oh dear. Yes, Executive Manager. I'll find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Ongdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, how did you already pass the royal... Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Ongdu. So it is with life. There's no undoing what has already been cut. Okay, so... Note that down for later. With S-Corp, they have royal examinations. At least I think. Like, I think Babu had a kid was from S-Corp? Yeah. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ongdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I'm aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs. And each time you brought down the stone wall before a house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Ow! My belly. I feel stabbing pain in my belly. This spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from where you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Don't want to. Oh my gosh. Kim, why are you like this, Kim? Hang on. Yeah. Positioning myself. Is that so? Ongdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I've written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Ongdu follows so devoutly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Ongdu said he had? Young Ongdu! There's a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but, I too, was speaking to others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river, to arrive at such a chance. Ongdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with his feigned, stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth! Thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. Oh! So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? They didn't say there was only a single violator. Oh crap! Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden... Bah! A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there's the same pup and... With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart. What did you say, Ongdu? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is the presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and clothed in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. Do-do-be-do-do. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. Executive Manager, This is exactly it! This is what I was trying to explain! Oh. What the frick? Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopa robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right. Let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Ongdu? My blade is poised to strike Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-handed dude? I'm afraid that he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Shunokans of S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. Yeah.
자, 맞서보죠.
And now, we bada read.
별것도 아니잖아요.
Da-da-na. Okay. On Clash, lose, gain 1 hesitating memory. Gain bind, gain current turn count divided by 4 Clash power up, rounded down max 3, as far as the turn ends. Oh. So you're slower, but you also get much more powerful. Okay. Deal plus 5% damage for every bind on target. And we don't want bind. Okay. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics, created using Q-Corp's singularity, are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employers of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Flash Win, gain 2 poise for every avulsion wound, which gain 2 bleed for every stack. At max stack, gain plus minimum bleed count. Gain bind equal to stack next turn. Okay, so if this unit did not take any critical at the turn, lose stack. Okay. So it inflicts bleed and binds, and attack power down. And the way to lose it is to not get crit. If target is staggered, inflict 2 binds. Okay, so that's incapacitates. Any different odd, you are bind. Let's see. Inflict trust on target, gain prisoner transport arrangements. What the frick? Fix this unit's speed to 1. Okay, so somebody's trust will have speed 1. Coin power to 0. If the prisoner transport arrangements buff on the inflictor expires, this effect expires as well. Look how the baseborn hunt the other baseborn to serve them up to the powers that be. And prisoner transport. Basically just couples with the trust. S-Corp commands 2 sorts of taboo hunters, the Royal Censors and the Shinokins. Agents of the Royal Court. The Royal Censors generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of Sapipio. Shinokins, much like fixer officers, form bands within their own wings. Once an order or contract to hunt down a branded is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. And then we saw this one. Okay. Okay, and all of this would explain why blade lineage is important. Chatterbox missile identity? Anyways, it's time for Pride Resonance. Yeah. Absolute Pride Resonance. Let's go. But yeah, with these particular enemies, it seems like the solution is simply win clashes, don't lose. Based on their passives, it seems to be just win clashes. Although I do hear elements of like the distorted bamboo hat him fight in the background, which is pretty nice actually. So you inflict the Vulsion wound. I'm guessing the other one inflicts trust, but binds. elements of the bamboo can fight, as well as like a different song done in the same style. Okay, I don't need attachment C. They've got that handled.
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니
Blade
물러나시-
Lineage 2, yay! We've got Blade Lineage!
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Yeah! I am vibing to this music very hard. If somebody were to edit that remark, they would probably get like, they'd probably be able to make me say, I am very hard. If I didn't just say it out loud on my own volition.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했군.
Yeah. Someone could also potentially force a specific meaning of vibing. Haba. The snaz. I have done the snaz.
발광, 차단.
Thank you for observing and imagining. Wow.
저기는 땅에 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가 막겠는가?
Oh yeah, you still consider yourself part of Blade lineage. Okay. You still have allegiance to Blade lineage.
물러서지 않겠습니다. 아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
귀와 요격.
요즘 제일 미안한 게 검역. 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
I am most why people focusing on just getting rid of one particular person. Yeah. Come on, we can at least stagger them, right? Yeah, we got the stagger.
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요. 이제 모든 짐 놓으셨으니 그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있기를.
눈을 앞돌고 수밖에. 귀와 요격. 오, 제 행. 그렇다면 무상다.
흉터의 결국 다들 첫 여정을
All the
시작했을
vibing.
때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
Yeah.
감회가 새로워요.
What?
뭐 현명한 판단이요.
I want to try to get like absolute like pride resonance before I finish. Like one more absolute pride
소림이
resonance.
없도록. 기회를 끊는다.
Wow. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-da.
최고의 선택이었어. 관리자.
Ah, look at this. Look at the pride resonance on this. Oh, frick yeah. Happy Pride. Yeah.
아하,
혈이 낭자오.
검주망 모드.
Yeah.
아, 이런. 아무튼 놀라운 한방이에요. 이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네.
Yeah. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Ongdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Huh, they're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events, in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Ongdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Ongdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch your breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of the situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here's covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rub that on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too? With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. If the distortion is all S-Corp in origin, that presents an issue. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. Shu bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Shudoku. Functionaries charged with scouting and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their situations as Corp, after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of a taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. Oh, okay. So they don't care whether or not you've committed the crime. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. And could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, Yiseng? Or me, perhaps, or none of us? You mean to state there may be conceptual forms of Chinokuns generated by distortion? That is plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Altus pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chinokuns have appeared as a motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Shinogun suggests possible correspondence to Ying-Seng's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. But Bamboo-Hatted Kim! In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Hatted Kim or Ongdu's memories. Yeah. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings. But this one? I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Ah! If only the team leader was here! Cranking this would have been a piece of cake! And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough, too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest darkroom and... Actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chinoguns. That's probably our best bet. Ah! Every time we take a job, that sucker just slips off without telling anyone! As one part of me watched Ezra step her feet in frustration. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-Hatted Kim is right now. Oh no. He ran off to the other team. Nah.
꽃은 지고 새로운 나무가 이곳에
165 plus 22.
그것이 우리의 터전을 수호할 제목이라는 건
Plus you.
틀림없는 사실이죠.
Wait, That's 1/3 through everything already, huh? I need 200 to reach like the 10 of those that I want to be able to like pull. I'll work on you later. I need like 13 more things in here. Boom. Hey, look at that! We have more people! None of them are Blade Lineage! Okay, let's check if any of them have Blade Lineage identities, though. Or anything that would give, like... more... Nope! At the very least, I don't have any that would do that.
수금할 시간.
검은 가로
드디어 내 차례냐?
명령이라.
어? 지금 가해?
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Wow. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by the get-up, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around this place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud. Not everyone's itching to wipe their coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh my gosh. Oh, for how many bloody months are you lot gonna milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine macchioli to go with it. Rice wine. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having to dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. Ha! You slippery little rot. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you tend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow, he took out all those Dopo-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Yeah! Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and Murum tails never linger on the stage for long, after all. Oi! Where the hell do you think you're going? Oh, damn it. Yeah.
저것들 상당히 즐거워 보이는데요. 뭔가
Mount
기운을 내게 하는 게 있을지도 몰라요.
The Malkit, but slightly broken. But look at this pride resonance, let's go! -1. +1! Look at this pride resonance, let's go! Pride the entire way through.
테스트가 너무 많지 않고요?
전달받은
I should go
문서를
on
통해
break
분석한
soon since
결과
I really do
자네들의
need to refill my
관심사가
water
거울
bottle and just be
던전이라는
like,
결론을 내렸기 때문이라고.
thirsty.
전투를 좋아한다고 판단했지.
Okay,
저희가
hang on, let me set
야근이라는
this
말을
up,
달고 산다고
and then I'll go
야근을
on
좋아하는
break
건 아니잖아요.
to refill my water bottle.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
Okay, ads are gonna start soon. I can pause here. Yep. See you in a little bit.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
저 개체는 오래 버티지 못하거든요.
관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
Okay.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어.
Let's see. Yeah, that's it. That's their more extreme pride resonance. Pride. Yes. Yeah. Roll.
완벽 프레스 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Oh wait, I refilled my water bottle, then I did. Imagine if they made flips for Pride residents more likely during June. Oh my gosh, that'd be. What the frick?
어라? 저쪽에 비틀거리시는 분이 보이네요. 이만 편히 부탁드릴까요?
Oh, now that's cool. Well, now we have new stuff. Ranged information. If season inflicted damage on an enemy healed 10 HP. Use skill of identical rank to skill photographs. Clash power -5. So you've got to match the skill rank. Okay. Or rather, you don't want to match skill rank if you have the intelligence gathering. I'm sure you can try to burst on an enemy, raise target stagger threshold by pinning nil stack. I see. Reticent. It's the same type. Okay, it's the same stuff. Fascinating. Yeah. This is interesting though. It turned back in the middle of battle. Oh, frick. Ratata. Nyang.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패. 방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도 손에 바로 적을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
I'm yawning a
너희가
lot.
걸어야 할 수라의 길은
Malchus Radiant, perfect
그 끝이
manifestation.
보이지 않는 만큼 또 멀고
More like, hi, yawning a lot. Hi, Ryan. I'm also Cloud. This is important. Yeah. I like how the sudden like photo flash like noise is happening in the background.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Memory transition. Hang on. If this unit has 0 stacks to this effect that turn chart, certain units and effects transform. From staggered, recover from staggered. Oh! You're about to become more powerful, I suspect. Yeah. Frick. My ability to stay present is slowly falling apart. Uh-oh.
사냥이 성공적이었는데
Oh,
이 흐름대로
that's what
사냥을
memory
끝내러
transition is. You switch between the two. Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. This is really interesting. Granted.
개체 제압 완료. 기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른
There's not
방식이지만
too much going on past
나쁘지
there.
않은데요?
Like I'm not struggling at this battle anymore. Well, I'm not struggling at this battle at all. Yeah.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주
I feel like
작살을
I feel like I need to be like a little bit more like calm down, less energy output.
다소 유리하구려.
I don't know why. I just got hit with massive waves of just. I'm like, I'm gonna need to be like a little lower, a little less talking, a little lower like energy. Yeah.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고. 지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah. Bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Like a hair down moment? Oh yeah, absolutely. Hang on. I just need to remember which button that is. Found it first try. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you're also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on. Would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward. But nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck up without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team there didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising his personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did he not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring auto mannequins who locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if you hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd just been processed through a meat grinder. But yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. What? Booba time. Ahem. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there's no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always steps away and pops back in saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today is proof enough. He's not one of us. The clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then... well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I got a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthews, said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said, I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. Uh-huh, that does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Oh no. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead Roberts. That's when we came in storming and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah. Every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, a lot ended up going bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense, or experience-based precognition. Experience-based precognition? What the frick? More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment? Or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all is past, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. Wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. We found the dark room. We could develop the film here. No, no, no! Sinclair, no! Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. No, no, no. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Marcel's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Marcel? Where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner. Is he washing something? I am developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to the light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh. Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of the distortion rests upon a photographer. I can no longer see. Hi, pager. Welcome to the stream. Seeing as I can no longer see, let me just ask you, how are you doing? Granted, you are absolutely developing the photos. Oh, I think they're about developed. Yay, I think they're done. Yay! Good? You had to do your opening routine? Absolutely. I love that redeem, and it appears that you do too. Ha ha ha! The film's serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. Yay! Glad you're doing good, though. The images bear striking resemblance to these photographs. Camp Monday. Ah! You go to a camp on Monday? That sounds fun. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where did he get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken up various places in Antwerp's district buildings mostly. Overnight camp until Thursday. Ooh! Hopefully it's enjoyable. I miss camping myself. Yeah. Sixth year going for a special needs camp. Ooh, that sounds very fun. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docographer. Marcel chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then, with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. Please. Give me lore, give me lore, give me lore, world building, give me lore, world building, canned experience. Docugrapher, how can a person of such a decently lucrative position fall into distortion? No, I want to learn more about the canned experiences because all I've heard about it is that it's basically been a way for people to, like, you know, brainwash, indoctrinate people immediately. Decent job maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. A team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Interesting. Somebody didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. Interesting. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Marcel came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I've judged it necessary to make a separate request. Wait, battle's about to happen? Battle? There is no need for concern. I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. But wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Honglu, and Senator Gregor have battled N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. Ah. I have a feeling I know what Mersault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Mersault, you should have warned us way earlier! Understood, Manager. I'll follow that instruction going forward. Mersault, sometimes I love you and you are so relatable to me. It's just like, oh right, yeah, this is about to happen.
누군가를 뵈는 건
And people are like, you should have
생각보다
done. And I'm like,
희열이
but
느껴지는
I wasn't
일이었군요.
thinking of it back then. Okay. Let's attempt another pull. Yeah! Nothing so far. Nothing. Nothing. Once again, my streamer luck does not exist for me. Photos! Wow. After the battle, oh, we just skipped past it. Okay. Something sits ill with me. What? Amid the sprawl of escorts' back streets distorted with the flash, Ongdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. Wait, but it distorts with the flash, which means wouldn't that destroy the, like... Wouldn't that destroy the photo? Like the flash of light, wouldn't that distort the photo? And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumjul warding rope at first and gave it little attention. But upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they'd been strung within the dark rooms and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed. The atoms we bore from the studio have already changed in images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Rasil stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again a bright white flash brought into my vision for a moment. Up, and there are the photos. Exact same placement. Oh, the lights aren't. Oh. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. I just wonder why it does that. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. Let's see. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Marcel, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once the development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photographs so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all looked different from one another. Yeah, they all seem distinctly different. Like, this one's faded with the focus on leaves in the foreground. This one's just flowers held in someone's hand. This picture is of 3 people, but you can't see their eyes at all. And this person you can see in sharp relief with the eyes clearly visible. Like, these 3 are of differing levels of focus on the person, and this one's just flowers held in someone's hand. I had to pick one similarity between them though. They all looked cold and indifferent. This one's cold and indifferent? Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scene around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? Random idea. Maybe the distortion is about the canned experiences. Basically, it's creating a canned experience that's entirely localized and everyone gets pulled into it. That's my theory about what's going on. And the canned experience in question here would be from Bamboo Hatter Kim. Although that wouldn't explain where it pulls the where and how it pulls the canned experience, other than like the current bout of it is being pulled from Kim. No. Marcel must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. It blipped again. Yeah, that's the first one to happen in a while. Oh, frick. That also means we're gonna get advertisements soon. Dag nabbit, Twitch. Why are you... Okay, just to make sure nobody gets caught up and like misses stuff, I'll go on break for the duration of the advertisements. I see you in a few minutes. Dag nabbit, Twitch. Before the issue was some IPv4's only setting being off is that somehow get turned back off. Let me check. Let's see. It shouldn't have been. Let's see, the bit rate is still where it was. Yeah, it's still at IPv4 only. Seems like there's a different cause and just... I worry. I worry a lot. raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magasin Sisfe. There is no known method for external parties to access them. On one hand, hopefully it doesn't happen again. On the other, the cause was easiest to find before because it kept happening. Yeah. Sisfe... what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too. But the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magasin Sisfe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. That could just be because you are who you are, Sinclair. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to reprocessing factories, where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for hot culture canned experience is increasing by the day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhaps they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs, knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money, just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment on nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortion, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ong-Do would have seen and remembered. These photos, though? They're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Woo! Good idea! Team Leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Ong-Do, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with Seven Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? How? Well, Guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. I think she said, do we regroup, clock? Batch 1 was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Rhodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhodia, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones without sweet. They're so good. Hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't bring food like that, okay? Bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they do something with someone treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Mersil had brought me. Oh, with the pastries and the bread. Oh. Words on the wicker basket? I'm not seeing anything. Where's that bakery you're at? Ra-ta-ta. Bwah, 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 bwah. Oh, hey! You're the person in the photo. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those coworkers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Altus showed the baker another photograph. Probably? He was always wearing one, too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, Executive Manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but... It's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? I thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, Executive Manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? This is still an N Corp where photographs are forbidden. Was Baker aware the photo was being taken? Probably not. I don't know if it's photos exactly that's forbidden. Possibly they're forbidden. I don't know if she was fully aware. I can't say yes or no, though. Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that... wait a second, hang on. The baker's demeanor changed when Aldous pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. Ah. Photos apparently are used by Ncorp for canned experiences production, so not entirely forbidden, just restricted. Yeah. Yeah. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're keeping quiet because you got that canned experience and you're just kind of happy with it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct airiness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young soul! Are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition at the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? No, Dawn, don't do it. Don't do it. No. They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. No, Dawn. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense simulation. It does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. It's addictive. No. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Intense stimulation, you'd call that a Freudian slip. Oh no. To be fair, this was in the context of bungee jumping off a skyscraper. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Holy dystopia! Now that is a trope. That is a solid trope of, like, cyberpunk. What the heck? Every time old boys make me yawn. Or still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter, more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. Oh. to become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself if the resultant dream rouses not the spirit to gallop toward it? Yikes, that's... Ooh. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. Here's a dose of reality, Don Quixote! So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think it will be a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody's about to come in and buy bread like that. Drugs sell well, shocker. Come on, lady. I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets, so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more, as she was scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. What the frick, Kim? Kim comes at the exact right moment in order to buy a rice bun. 6 cents? What the frick? Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Ah. Alright, I'm ready. Waste bread! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. This rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Mersault approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as you said and enrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh. You're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Almost identical, just like... A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or thick book in the exact same spot on every page. Yep. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page. Nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The sole figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Uh-oh. Are you saying that this is... Uh-oh. It is a continuous image sequence of still images. The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage. A violation of N-Corp's taboo. What? That's not good. Taboo. Ah, no! Girth and 10 turns. You got it. Yeah! Hang on. Taboo breaker! Taboo breaker! Taboo breaker! Taboo! Ah!
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
Oh crap! As soon as I registered Marcel's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? You might have just broken a taboo. Is it just video that is taboo, or is video just a worse taboo than photos? I think it's video is directly forbidden. And some type of photographs are like restricted and forbidden. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey. Specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Vergilius with us then, and it ended up not being that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us into serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust, what happened to us if we get the magic killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying, and we'll be fine. And Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When a Corp's do get here to pick it up, just comply with the commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be a-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Huh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Uh-oh. Oh. If you take this as a drug metaphor, photos aren't like drugs that are widely used even though they're illegal, whereas video is the real hard stuff. I guess so, yeah. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But... Team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, NCorp won't be sicking their fixers on our butts right away, and that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my dog is like, I'm watching. So it goes back to the idea of they don't want to simulate life. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame should be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then, let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Wait a second, hang on. Marceau, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning NCorp. Yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Aldous picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Marceau. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Marceau to finish, Aldous unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Aldous and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here? The expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps. Yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-Headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreet's dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film world deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. Okay. In which case, this film world does not violate the next taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a winged taboo. Not sure if that's what they were going for, but this also seems to work as a pornography metaphor, with some kinds being less acceptable than others, and also questions of whether it is real or not. Huh. I mean, yeah, actually, kind of. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test NCorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is the taboo violator on the run. Huh. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell? The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Yay! More stuff for Ishmael! But yeah. There we go. I look over at my dog. Give me a quick second. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo head of him, because he suddenly whipped around Twitter and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? Ishmael. From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. I have to remind myself that I haven't put the current chapter of my fanfic anywhere up yet. That I haven't finished writing it, that nobody's looked over it. Cause this is hitting close to something. One thrilling shot through this camera, and another with the next. Until eventually, he ended up recording actual footage. Cool! Then that leaves the question of, what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreets to see. And that would explain the location, yeah. What? But would that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently, some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they can make him a projector. What the frick? Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Oh. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector, innit? Backstreet's blokes are down for anything long as there's coin. Oh my gosh. This is making me think less of pornography and more of, like, emulation. Just with that, it's not a taboo if you make an emulator. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the Pinfrey team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh! Well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we could play this like a festival or convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go? Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Uh-huh. And was it common for these plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Oh yeah, you've got to sneak. Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Uh-oh. Oh dear. Okay. Collect evidence. Please advise for. They also radio at each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at. Huh? Imagine a piracy metaphor would have a version of things or a way to get things that are legitimate to contrast with piracy. Yeah, I guess so. Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
Hang on, which one are you targeting? The front one. Neutral. Now you're not being targeted. Struggling is still struggling. Ah!
된다면 사활을 건다.
Yay! Gotcha. Oh no, I lost that one. I'm kind of excited to do the mirror dungeon for this area. Just the mirror dungeon part. For when this comes. For when I do the mirror dungeon for this. Ah! Big life matters! Yeah! You're gonna dodge that, Dawn. Wait. Oh no, they're both targeting Dawn? They're both targeting Dawn. That's not the best. Ah!
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Good job. Good job, Ezra. Yeah. Oh no, Dawn. Ow. They focused hard on Dawn, and then Dawn got demolished. Good thing Ish has assist defense. Ah!
욕참.
Wait, hang on, let me see what this...
이 주변은
This is defensive
귀하에겐
like.
해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시길.
Clash of War. Gain one is this defense once per turn. Oh! Got it. So I have to build it up, but I can indeed build it up. Okay.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Blah. I'm still low energy.
대전
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
저 개천이
There is
오래
a
버티지
there is
못하겠군요.
a possibility that
관리자가
like
상황에 맞는 효과적인
I reach a point where I'm
공격
tired
수단을
enough that I'm like, okay, I have to
당연한
hold this off till
결과겠죠.
another stream. As frightening as that would be, still gonna make as much progress as I can though.
즐겁겠군.
단수가 이어졌다면.
Taboo breakers.
이제
Blasphemy.
수에서 벗어났나?
In that case, what did the full options correspond to? Okay, well,
그냥 다섯.
I have no path corresponds to a game called Pathless. Duel corresponded to Yu-Gi-Oh!
저
Fractal
새끼 팔다리 다
corresponds to Fractal
털렸는데
Block
이제
World.
뭐 어쩔 건데? 아까는 좋았다.
Dark corresponded to Darkwood, and Crash Out was Crash Out Crew. How to few those guys correctly? Oh! Gonna crash, take care. See ya, Medmere! Who knows, if things go the right way, you might end up cashing me doing like the end of this. But yeah, if next time I do a focus day, I'm gonna start with Pathless. Dual and Fractal specifically.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은
Okay.
여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는
That does make sense. Dual and Fractal are fairly fairly there and obvious. And Pathless is a bit of like, it's a game I've wanted to play, and it's a bit more niche.
So punch.
이런 건
Plus,
몽둥이가
I've never
약이지.
really got to like
Let's do
fully
the
stream Crash Out Crew, so people wouldn't really think Crash Out and me. But I do want to play Crash Out Crew.
귀와 요격.
And then Darkwood is just a game that I've had in my library, and I'm like, I want to play it.
첫 여정을 시작했을
It is
때보다
more scary
정말
game, but like,
강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
seems interesting.
지금은 감회가 새로워요.
Wow.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
That being said, considering that Pathless one, I will be doing that next time I do a focus day.
발건. 차단.
필터의 결과
There we go.
귀와 요격.
적확한 한압이었어.
대안에게 충분합니다.
육청.
와.
현명한 판단이요.
벤던 서울을
떨굴 수밖에.
훌륭하고
이번으로
이외에
몇
특별히
번째
첨언할
청구죠?
이유도 없군. 17번째라면
야.
확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
That's past the 2/3 mark, it seems. Let's do the thing. Okay. Let's see. Do I have stream luck to at least pull something? It appears no. It doubly appears no. Oh, we got something.
그럼 지금부터 상호 2패 하에 계약 검토를 진행하겠다.
Oh, hey, we got a heap.
덧짓거리나 하지 말자고 우리.
Not what I was shooting for, but we got Oofy Association South Section 3 Heathcliff. Nice. Once again, my streamer luck doesn't exist. I love how it's just like, yep, I can just point out my luck and just go like, this is not good. My luck is generally not good.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠?
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Oh, come on. Can I win a clash with that? Can any of my people win it? I mean, neutral. Neutral's better than nothing.
망설임이 없도록.
No! Yay! Ah! Good job pulling that back. Good job, Don Quixote. Oh, something I could probably talk about right now. Just a random non sequitur. Is for anybody who's here. This is you, Ryan.
효과적이네요.
In the process
이
of watching my
방식을 기억하는 게
streams,
좋겠어요.
have you learned about a game you didn't know about beforehand and find that you actually enjoyed it? Put in other words, have you gotten good like game suggestions from watching?
무대배들.
That's something I'm wondering about, like. Cause I hope I don't just play like what's the big thing. I mean, this is gonna make me sound incredibly hipster, but I have been playing Limbus Company since before it got really popular. Like, it increased in popularity like significantly around the time of Kanto 6?
한방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Definitely at least by the time like Don Quixote got her Kanto. So I do know that at the very least I've been playing Limbus Company before like there was a large amount of people surrounding it. Heck, it even reached a point where like bit of different things that you suspect I'm thinking of, but you said it has a game of the download yourself for games such as those, you had seen it elsewhere, and then after seeing you play the game, you ended up checking it out. Yay! That's pretty awesome. Game was Factory 95. Oh, that one was fun. I also think about the popularity of like Limbus Company and how it's ended up bringing attention to like other Project Universe. Like,
적절한 기계치가 있는지 모르겠고
I
의사 실험 기록에 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
the other day I freaking saw like a freaking corporate level VTuber go through and say gonna play like, well, no, I didn't see them say that, but I saw like announcement for a stream going to be around playing Libraries of Luna, and I'm like, huh, nice.
귀와 요격.
변수가 이어졌다면 전부라 떨굴 수밖에.
적확한 한압이었어.
Advertisements are about to hit. Maybe I'll keep going. Yeah.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘
I
다뤘어.
do find it fascinating seeing stuff
그중
like that.
제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
흉터의 결과요.
검주먹 모드. 어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
I am just vibing now. It's like, yep, I exist.
즐겁겠군.
Yay. That is my brain right now. Library of Luna is in some ways the most accessible Project Moon game. Deck builder is well understood genre, and you can look up decks as needed. Yep. You can definitely look up, like, rather than try to build your own deck, you could look up, like,
이런 건
accepted decks,
몽둥이가
and yeah.
약이지. 바로 두드려 패.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Granted, it does not let up on the difficulty. It is still a difficult game. Granted, I will also say that, like,
혈이 낭자오.
I don't know, Limbus Company is definitely approachable. It is very approachable for most people.
예사롭지가 않은데?
귀와 여기
아주 작살을 내놨어.
정리와. 이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
망설임이 없도록.
It does also get harder after that time.
귀와
Yeah.
여겨. 누구나 떨굴 수밖에.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
온 올.
Yeah.
하지만 슬슬 물리는군.
Advertisements
근처에
running and we have a
용수연이라는
pistachio.
군거를 파는 곳 있나?
Yummy, yummy pistachio.
이건 돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Yummy, yummy pistachio. Yeah. How many do I have? I have 80 of those. Ah. Of the nominable. It's not quite enough to get me to like anywhere with what I currently have, but hey. Bloop. Random. Suppose while on break I'll just talk about like how I choose to interpret the nominable shards. Nominable shard crates can give you between 1 and 3 with each one. So, when I see how many of those I have, I'm counting each one of them as just 2. Basically. They average about 2 shards, so I count them as 2 shards. And if identities, like triple star identities usually cost about 400 shards, then if you want triple star identities easily, have 200 crates. You might undershoot a little or overshoot a little, but you'll get most of the way there. And advertisements are done. At least according to OBS. Yeah. Oh, different enemy. Oh, right, support.
착수.
Hard new challenge. What a WOT. Waste of time. Well, at least I'm not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service de Clou is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They keep taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for, then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for the higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Mersol stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as he tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating? Observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Mersol? I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness. I was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I'll do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was a specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, sure, if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mersol's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle's imminent. As you have previously instructed, I've informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there! So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha! Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersol had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell! Them blokes who fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Haha, it is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? That one of them's, all of a sudden. Wait. Oh no, it's a projector! With a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Oh no! And immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. How the frick do you cause the... Okay. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chunokins' faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. It's a projector. The distortion is a projector. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Aldous thundered in a commanding voice. Ah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. This panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? What the hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in N-Corp get... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators. The N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter among themselves. Is that thing talking to us? Finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? Reveal yourself! Yeah, the person is a projector. Like, they distorted into the projector. The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brule of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fella on about? Apparently, excoriation is a word. If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo had Kim raise his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nil-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. Oh! After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fakes. Oh. It's repeating itself. Ah! It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Huh. Now that does make me wonder. Was it just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Uh-oh. Hi, Kaneko. Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employers. Oh my gosh. Tax, as though he's goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes. I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. All you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even care about the real thing. That split second, I think I saw Marceau's eyebrows twitch. A battle's imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? A blinding flash, followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of escort, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chinoken. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shot me deaf, Ongdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from the sheets drenched in cold sweats? That they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. Wait, what was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far, wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserves your gaze. Bollocks. I'll be blonde before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Marceau identified, there is something different about the group of Chinoken this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and the great Wando of the Soul Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and nocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down, had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner M. Gyeong-yeop, how do you fare, friend? At the signal, arrows loosing. Seize the accused. The warrior loosened the nocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chinoken began to swarm us. Oh dang, you have a lot of moves you can make. Okay, flash phenomenon. Gain 3 memory transition. You've changed to something else after 3 turns. Okay. At 0 memory transition, retreat and transition into a different location. Okay. When returning to the field, based on current battle form of the homeland, gain or lose sword play of this homeland. Okay, it seems to be mostly skill power. Gain stack when in bear hunt, lose stack when in... Take less damage from things. Oh, here we go, Lord. The Eastern Warstride armors are not as so much equipped as they are piloted. Escort's Zhujiang Brigandin is one example of such armor. Much like Arcorp's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Zhujiang Brigandin greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Zhujiang Brigandin's extended reach and heightened power output, it becomes a machine of war that strives across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. The Sword of the Homeland, Escort's traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into 3 branches: Sol, Pai, and Pyo. Within their teachings, these techniques hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Singons. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great Huango capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those blessed with talent only need to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes for the blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. I'm gonna approach this like it's winning clashes. I'm going to approach this like it is winning clashes, and hopefully it is just winning clashes, because if it's not, oh boy. I will be in trouble. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Let's see. This one has high priority. I should probably do work on that one. What else could it be but winning clashes? I mean, there have been a few before that have been like losing clashes. Scissors. Yeah. I've also had occasions going through mirror dungeons where it's like the actual strategy is not winning clashes, but is just like deal damage as much as possible and just hope the damage you take is less than the health you have. It's kind of just how it goes. I hear that voice line. Ezra going, bah! Because I have seen the Limbus community meme on that so hard, calling Ezra a sheep that goes, bah! Bah!
보다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
Are you actually power guarding something? Yes, you are. You're power guarding that one.
귀와 여겨. 함수. 정리로와.
Do you know offhand what ba means agreement? No, I do not.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자.
Okay, we are about to see what happens
매번
when like
기발한 발상을
the
떠올리시네요.
memory switches over, I guess. Yeah. Because I suspect, like, once we get past this term, we're gonna see a change in, like, we're going to see a change
유감
in
없는 싸움을
surroundings.
기대하겠어.
Oh no, it's after this one. It's after this one. I was one early.
망설임이 없도록.
단수가 이어졌다면
There we go. We got one staggered. Yeah.
대전 그래.
Wow. Seems to have only got references to the abbreviation for Bachelor's of Art. Okay.
그렇지 않은 것.
Don't think that fits. I don't think so either. Unless if Ezra is very excited about having recently graduated from community college or something.
좋아. 방금 전략 있으면 계속 밀어붙이자.
Oh,
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다.
yep, it's the
머리를
projector.
베었어야지.
Conditions unmet. Okay, I don't need to worry about that one. Laughing about you new ba ha ha ha. Ba ha 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 ha. There you go. Just do that. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's move you over to the projector. Move you over to the projector as well. Yeah. No, I can't do anything because neither of those people are controlled, so there we go.
물의 배들.
Yeah!
단수가 이어졌다면
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
Just gotta get that projector out of here. That projector would become an item abnormality, wouldn't it?
지루하고. 하지만
Okay,
이런
let's
시시한
see.
전투에도
You're targeting that
긴장감을
one. Oh, thank you,
풀어넣어줄
Wangdu, for
기장의
targeting the
예술을
projector. Ah! Jump scare.
박수갈채는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
Can I take you out? If I could just do, yeah, do enough damage. There we go. Hang on, let's see if I can do something with, like, yeah, that one can take you out.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Just need to take out that projector.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
귀와 요격.
Wow.
겨냥 상수. 상전.
You might even be able to take out that projector before it transitions to the next. Although, there were passives that I don't know about sitting there, so some of those hidden passives might like come out and bite before I can finish off the projector. Yep, here we go. Yep, it can't. No!
다소 유리하구려.
They automatically transitioned over, I see. This might be a factor of like,
없도록.
I don't know. I might have to defeat the projector multiple times, or I might have to defeat this thing out here, like the big warrior. I'm almost at the point where I can just focus on the big warrior slash protector.
흐트러지게.
Yuria, Atelier, yay! Gotta use that Yuria equipment.
귀와 요격. 상수.
Here we go, Tiger Splitter. But that only did 4 damage, yay. I'm curious, like, when you transfer back to the projector, am I gonna see like an actual like passive? Q jokes about the chemical which is a component of urine.
어중간한
What is the
명령이라
chemical that is a component of
고통을
urine? I want to
가져오는
know.
거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
Urea. I see. I see and I understand. There we go. That one taken out.
떨굴 수밖에.
That one also taken out.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Ow. Bah! Yay! I did find it interesting how it's like big, huge guy in armor, and like we transfer over into the
고려해둔
projector. It's
전략이
like
없다면
that is
쓰러진
that
수감들을
feels
질주는 게 좋을
so SCP.
어쩔
That's
수
like
없지.
dang.
테스트가 끝난 뒤에 고통을
In fact,
호소하는
there's an
관리자의
SCP-esque
모습을
game that I
기록할 수
haven't
있겠다.
played, but I want to. I watched a live stream of it, Proton John playing it, called Control. and I'm like, I should probably play that one eventually. But yeah, that projector that like turns into massive warrior after a flash. It's like, yeah, that very much fits. Ow. Yay.
자세에 틀림은 없고
Oh. Wow.
이럴 때
Oh my gosh, you did it! If this battlefield has returned from S Corp to N Corp this turn, heal 15 SP for all sinners. Okay. Location type distortion, Photo Lab. This unit cannot be killed and does not take any damage from sources other than skill damage from skills attacking this unit's main target. After entering the encounter, gain 3 membership. If member transition reaches 0 stack or if this unit's HP reaches 1, activate the following. Remove self and Corpse class 2, returning going Yelp to the counter, move the battle to a different location. Okay. So I want to get that down ASAP just so I can like get right back to the main fight. It only takes damage from direct attacks. Okay. So attacking it is the right move.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
That way we can progress the battle more.
훌륭하오.
귀와 요격
이외에 특별히
그냥
첨언을
다 끌고 수밖에
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게
오케이.
검이었고.
I've got to wait for this skill then. Did somebody die? I think somebody died.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
Hopefully it was one of the enemies? I wasn't quite paying attention at the moment it died. Like, whatever died. Okay, but destroy the projector, get back to the fake reality, destroy the enemies in fake reality, and that will take care of everything. Okay, don't care, just... All my people seem fine, so I'm assuming it's all okay. Yay.
8권 차단
Good job. My foot itches. Yeah. Yeah, my foot itches, but I will not share pics of it.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Yeah. What am I missing for more? Oh, I'm missing Gloom. I can grab Gloom easily enough. Ah. Please don't kill Ongdu. Please don't kill Yi Sang. We are going back. Meow.
아군들이 보내졌다.
Have you scratched your foot, or are you waiting for Redeem to do that? I'm not waiting for Redeem to... Why would I have a... Do I have a Redeem scratch? What? My confusion has turned palpable. What? The first... Do I have a Redeem that does that?
발곡. 차단.
Yay, we're at less than 1,000 shield left. I assume we also have to get through the HP after the shield, but yeah, whatever. We're almost all the way through the shield.
오늘이 방금 뭘 본 것인가?
Yeah.
이 장투는
Healing a little bit. Yay.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
그냥 5배.
Yay. Please tell me you did not develop more shield for that. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Come on, 562 shield. Yeah.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가
Oh, good. You've got this handled.
친구들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Oh, what's your sanity? Developed
그
memories.
외고 강사들. 손가락 안에서도 내로라는
Gain
실력자들이었을
fragile and deal more damage.
너희가 보여준 혹은
아.
더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Oh, frick. Is there anybody who would do better at that? Oh yeah, your favorite. Okay, cool, cool.
벤담 사활을
There we go. Ah, ah, ah. Come on, we're at less than 500. We're under 500 shield left. You can make it.
균형 상수. 상전. 신입 연구원들도 저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
Under 250 shield left.
불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 뒤틀림이라도 외워야 할 관리법과 해성이 난 맞지만
Good job, Ezra. Less than 100 shield left. What? Oh! I shall set my form aright. Just a little more. I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battles seem to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. Well, yeah, no, they're getting flashbanged every time. Wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe. Not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Ongdu were here to help us out. But... Shoy! Have they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. Oh yeah. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. Just thinking of one of the self-care ones, like do the stretchies to get you to pause long enough to do that. Oh, yeah, that's fair. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyong-Yeop, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... Huh. Ongdu, go cover his back too! It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust? Outis? Help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I knew so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Young Yop or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through the current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon, at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk into the distortion? Wait, maybe... during the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE. He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of the distortion. Apparently some kind of code. Right, keywords! This one seems to be location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Patterns from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Yiseng put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the back lines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what has caused its distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, canned experience, not seem to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, Wit. He has been poking around in this area of town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner eyed lightly prodded for information on tales to tell about him. Each show added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path toward Nest residence. He became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidities together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once, in the past. Though it'd be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, Kenneth's brains, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then. We will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. This is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, Before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the Ancorp employees. Ugh. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't changed to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrow corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo-Hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... WTF? Eh? What terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering the Dungeon of Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms of the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own. For that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about. My guide is in there, yeah? Oh, that's... Keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Arayashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework. Save the GPA? Face the sin. Save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior! You guys too, LCB. I can have them all on my own. Never actually been assigned summer reading. Me neither. You'll make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This is basically a Monster of the Week situation where Team Leader and me back in our duel days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handled the inflection point, but I guess you could never really have it all. This is not appropriate company wear. It needs more bloodstains. Well, guess I'll just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm getting a pretty good... I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as a team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor? Be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Ongdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest. You needn't worry.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
Yeah.
언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
돌아오고 있어. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대
Something's
도달하지
balanced.
못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Let's see how long this one is. Because if it's too long, I might just say next time. But if it's short enough, I'm just gonna go right through it.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠?
My exhaustion is hitting me hard. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon in S-Corp streets, what greeted us was the distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp-themed haunted mansion. 'Tis a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands, for true? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibes my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as they looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were a spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga thatch roofed house, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. Vibes my foot as a statement of what one is doing. Vibes my foot! Ah! Oh no. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I turned and looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There is a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Kyung-yeop. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. Dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Have the spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpires twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. Oh no, words are hard. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner over an esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? Do you know me? She certainly knows her jest. She marches forth, vested in war shredder armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Kyung-yeop, the principal of the famed In family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. Aha! Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you're so bound by your precious principles that you'd rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This is our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. Advertisement. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship with such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. Guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to a sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than responded by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes. But I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of a sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib Bamboo Rain Hat, Kim Lib, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his brothers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, as the Bright State Councilor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Directed compliments you have toward the Bright State Councilor, if you will, I am but a butchering blade that had happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just the word on the street. You are a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-hatted Kim. Thank you. Haha. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shed of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two 3 days before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing around outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships with close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sugyeon, rock tossing. Save them for the festivities of Tano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. But on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir! I suppose it is. The people of Pyeyo and Seoul, in particular, found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. Bone and flesh. But the pie, blood, and the downtrodden cheered me on, to a degree. They found it cathartic. Huh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? So? Whatever is it that thou describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Valpipio Agro-Industries, a wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry: Sol, Pai, and Peo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sol, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Peo, responsible for meat and livestock. And Pai, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, must have felt the persecution the Pai faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state counselor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state counselor, toadies the soul and rises to the seat of the left state counselor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? Oh, that's where it comes from. Yield my flesh! An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh. And the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Wait, you're throwing it at rats? What? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. Oh no. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? Oh. They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that's all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeon teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when will you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Ah. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! She's a fun one, Mentor, that this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as the drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the South faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the Bright Sea Counselor, who was of the Pi faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of S-Corp. Angdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinary official, military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service as Right State Counselor, who's the first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, Yet she would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up an exile from S-Corp? Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I've come to introduce you to others as the reticent one mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, mentor. I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. We followed without a word. Holy cow. What the frick? Holy cow, this is a long one. Yeah, I might. Save your progress. Resume later. I am feeling exhaustion.
나리
Lots and lots of
계시는가?
it. Oh. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I will finish that up next time, but for now... I feel tired. I feel extraordinarily tired. So, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome. Always be kind. And keep observing something silly to happen. Something silly like Sunday, when I'll probably finish this off. Maybe tomorrow, but I don't know if I'll have time tomorrow. Who do I raid out to? Maybe someone playing Limbus. Actually, hang on. I remember last time I rated Nekomata Manny that Manny talked about, like, yes, Limbus. So we're gonna raid out. Oh, I can't raid. Never mind. Can't raid that one. Okay. Yeah, I just got a notification. It's like, hello. I'm finishing off because I'm tired. I feel really exhausted today. I'm sorry that you just came by and it's your first time chat. No. Well, we can't raid that one, so let's see. I know who to raid. I don't know who to raid, actually. Hang on. Look up Limbus Company, see who else is streaming Limbus Company so I could just raid them instead. I don't see anybody. Who's your favorite sinner? Ishmael. 100%. Hang on, maybe this one? I have someone going for longer than I have, so maybe not. Yours is you saying, yay! saw someone who's interested. They're waiting out too, and I was like, okay, that is no. And your favorite ID? My favorite ID. That's a hard one. I would have to say Spice Bush. Spice Bush is a fun one. Okay, so I took a look at all the people who are streaming Limbus Company. They seem to be finishing off as well. They're gonna read hashtag Louis. Anyways, bye. Here's your message. Be sure to copy, paste it, put it right email to at the beginning and end of it. I hope to see you Sunday.